Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, ready?
Right.
Good evening, afternoon, actually, everybody. This is Tuesday, February 4th for the Paso Robles City Council meeting, and we are going to be beginning a closed session item at this time. It's 4 o'clock. We'll call the meeting to order, and Melissa, if you call roll call, please.
Councilmember Bausch. The records show that Councilmember Bausch is absent at this moment. Councilmember Beal. Here. Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. Tonight we have, again, several closed session items, so I'll let our legal counsel, Ms. Hall, understand what we have going on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a full evening. So we are starting with a handful of closed session items. The first is public employee appointment pursuant to 54957 of the Government Code. That relates to an interim city manager. The next item we'll be considering is public employee labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, and that is also with the interim city manager position. We also will be considering public employee appointment pursuant again to Government Code Section 54957, and that is the city manager's position. Then public employee labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 with the unrepresented employee being the city manager. That's the permanent position. We're also going into closed session on conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. We have 3 cases listed. We'll be going in on just one case. And that relates to a threat of litigation by the Slow Tribune regarding Public Records Act responses. We'll be going into conference with legal counsel initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. That is initiation of litigation. There are 2 potential cases that the city will be considering initiating. The last item we'll be considering in closed session is conference with legal counsel regarding real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, and that relates to a portion of 611 Spring Street. It is the Craigers Liquor and Deli area. The agency negotiators are Chris Hewitt, the acting city manager, and Leslie Frazier, our city engineer, and the negotiating party for the landowner is Bob Gundert, legal counsel for Craigers Liquor and Deli.
Very good. Thank you, Elizabeth. Now we'll open up to public comment. Anyone regarding questions on these closed session items, please come forward. Seeing none, do we have anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, well, they'll go ahead then and adjourn to closed session. Good evening, everyone. Paso Robles City Council meeting for Tuesday, February 4th. We will reconvene at 6 p.m. and we will then begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Join with me, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we have our invocation. Thank you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for allowing me to be part of this. In 1 Timothy 2, verse 1 through 4, it says, I urge you first of all to pray for all people. Ask God to help them, intercede on their behalf, and give thanks for them. Pray this way for kings and all those who are in authority so that we can live quiet and peaceable lives marked by godliness and dignity. This is good and pleases our God and Savior, who wants everyone to be saved and understand the truth. Dear Lord, we lift up today this city council meeting. We pray for each individual city council member, the mayor, everyone here that's assembled, all the staff. We pray for the police department and the fire department and the job that they do to protect us and our city. We thank you, Lord, that we are in a place that allows us to meet together to discuss the matters of our city and to have self-determination. We thank you, Lord, that we live in a country with democracy, that we live in a country with freedom. Help us to remember to pray for those who are over us, to pray for, as it says, all people, and try to live quiet and peaceable lives. I pray your blessing over this group of people in this meeting. In the name of Jesus, we pray these things. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Stephen Anastasia, and that's from the Church of the Nazarene. Welcome. Thank you. All right, we'll begin with roll call. Melissa, if you would.
Councilmember Bausch?
Here.
Councilmember Beal? Here. Councilmember Gregory?
Here.
Councilmember Strong?
Here.
Mayor Hammond?
Here. Also, staff introduction starting on my right.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Mary Sponholtz, Deputy City Clerk, and Randall Wright, IT Technician.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director.
Rita Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Taylor Davis, Police Commander. David York, Police Chief. John Cornell, Fire Chief.
Chris Hewitt, Acting City Manager.
Elizabeth Hall, City Attorney.
Very good. We'll start then with a report out from closed session. Elizabeth Hall, would you?
Thank you, Mayor. We went into closed session on a number of items this evening. The first one is public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, and the title was Interim City Manager. I am pleased to announce that the council has chosen to appoint Mr. Hewitt as the interim city manager, and we'll be bringing back an employment contract for him for that role on February 18th. The second item we went into closed session on was public employee labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code 54957.6 for the unrepresented employee of interim city manager. There's no reportable action on that item. We went in under public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 for the title of permanent city manager or city manager. There is no reportable action. We went in under public employee labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. This was for the unrepresented employee city manager, the permanent position, and there's no reportable action there. Additionally, we went into closed session for conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.92. On the agenda, it listed 3 cases. The city chose only to discuss 1 case this evening, and there was no reportable action. On conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. There were 2 cases listed on the agenda. The city council discussed 2 cases. There was no reportable action from those. on conference with legal counsel for real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 for a portion of 611 Spring Street. There was no reportable action on that item. Additionally, the council on January 27th held a special meeting. They went into closed session at that time to discuss anticipated litigation. Based upon the Brown Act, we're reporting out from that meeting now. On January 27th, 2025, the City Council went into closed session regarding anticipated litigation. Following the closed session, the council directed me to make a statement which indicated that the city and city manager Lewis had reached a settlement agreement and that Mr. Lewis's last day with the city had been January 26th, 2025. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.1, subsection A, subsection 3, the official report out from closed session related to an agreement affecting public employment shall be made once the agreement is effective. The agreement between Mr. Lewis and the city is now effective and consistent with the Brown Act. The city is reporting out the following. On August 16th, 2024, City Manager Lewis presented a government code claim to the city alleging, among other things, a hostile work environment. The claim named both the city and Councilmember Bausch. The claim sought $2.275 million in damages from the city and Councilmember Bausch. That claim was tendered to the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority. The CJPIA rejected the claim, and Mr. Lewis had 6 months in which to initiate litigation against the city and Councilmember Bausch. Following the rejection of the claim, legal counsel appointed for the city by CJPIA and legal counsel appointed by CJPIA for Mr. Bausch engaged in negotiations with Mr. Lewis's attorney in an attempt to resolve the claim prior to the filing of litigation. As a result of those negotiations, the city, Councilmember Bausch, and Mr. Lewis have entered into a settlement agreement which is now effective and final. The terms of the settlement agreement include, but are not limited to, the following. City Manager Lewis retired from the city as of January 26th, 2025. The city will make a payment to Mr. Lewis in the amount of $145,954.66. The CJPIA will make a payment to Mr. Lewis in the amount of $220,000. The agreement included a prospective non-disparagement provision. It also included waivers and releases by all parties to settle all causes of actions related to the claim filed by City Manager Lewis. The City Council voted 4-1 to settle that claim on the terms presented by the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority. Mr. Bausch was the dissenting vote. Excuse me. The settlement agreement was signed by Mr. Lewis in his capacity as the claimant, by Mayor Hammond on behalf of the city, and by Councilmember Bausch in his capacity as an individually named council member. The agreement has been posted to the city's website and is available for public review. Pursuant to the terms of the agreement, the City Council will have no additional comments on this matter. And that concludes the report out from Council.
Very good. Thank you, Elizabeth. Moving on to presentations, we have item 1, 75th anniversary of Daughters of American Resolution and Proclamation, and they have Denise Carlson, or others, if not. Denise?
Yes, thank you.
Let me read this here for you. This is a proclamation honoring the 75th anniversary of the El Paso de Robles chapter of the National Society Daughters of American Revolution. Whereas February 25th, 2025 marks the 75th anniversary of the founding of El Paso de Robles chapter, Daughters of the American Revolution. And whereas the El Paso de Robles chapter, National Society Daughters of American Revolution, was officially organized on February 25th, 1950, the executive board of the NSDAR appointed Mary Appleton as organizing agent for the new chapter of Paso Robles. And the chapter was sponsored by the Los Padres chapter of National Society of Daughters of American Revolution in San Luis Obispo. And whereas the National Society of Daughters of American Revolution is a nonprofit, non-political, volunteer women's service organization dedicated to promoting patriotism, preserving American history, and the members are all lineal descendants of those who supported the cause and of independence in the American Revolutionary War. And whereas the El Paso de Robles chapter seeks to, in perpetuity, to the memory and the spirit of the men and women who achieved American independence, to promote and develop an enlightened public opinion, and to foster patriotic citizenship through the activities such as encouraging local school essays, honor flight support, attendance and support of patriotic holidays, and honoring veterans. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of me invested as mayor of the city of Paso Robles, speaking on behalf of the whole city council, do hereby proclaim February 25th, 2025, as the 75th anniversary of El Paso de Robles Chapter National Society of Daughters of American Revolution in Paso Robles, and urge all citizens of Paso Robles to recognize the achievements of El Paso de Robles Chapter that has made to our community, and commend the chapter for a wonderful heritage and bright future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Capital project report. Ditas, you have that? Ditas Esperanza?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. This is your monthly update of the city's capital projects status report from Public Works Department. I'll start with the capital projects that's currently under construction. As you know, Creston Road has been in construction since August 2024. I am pleased to announce that major items of the project are in fact completed. The long and difficult deep sewer is complete, yay. The water night work is also complete, another yay. All the fiber conduits and manholes have been completed. It's about 1,400 lineal feet of those. And now what's left is to do all the curb ramps and all the sidewalks and install all the missing sidewalks, and also install the long-awaited traffic signal at Creston and Boland Drive. So these are pictures of curb ramps, some water lines that were constructed during the night hours, and the missing sidewalks being installed. In a few weeks, we will begin installing and improving the driveway at Wayside Liquor. I have met with the people who own that liquor store / gas station since May of 2019. So they are well aware of the project, but now reality sets in. It's not going to impact their driveway on Creston Road, but they understand that it's a momentary impact, and so far, so good. We've also installed the push button pedestrian activated safety improvements at Ivy, Trigo, and Orchard, and that should be functioning once the project is complete. This is reality, and this was how we had proposed it would look like. And these are the cross sections that will eventually be striped. And so even though we've completed major parts of the project, as I have reported earlier, and we're all happy those are done, I just want to warn the public that the hardest part of all is coming, and that is the paving of the project. There is no way we can do that without pain and heartache and without traffic control being horrible and impact your commute. But hopefully that'll be the last push, and then we will all be happy and have a celebration and a ribbon cutting. So hang in there, we're getting there. So this is the location of the Boland Walnut traffic signal. And then phase 2 is on the heels of the project. The most important or the most visual part of phase 2 is the roundabout at Rolling Hills Road. And then it'll be the usual curbs, pipes, fiber, et cetera, et cetera. And then So we're in design right now for phase 2, and we're hoping to advertise for early 2026 once phase 1 of Creston Road is completed later this year. So after Creston phase 1 is finished, there's still not time to totally celebrate because we'll have to do phase 2. The Sherwood Acres water line system upgrade is ongoing right now. These are pictures of the contractor in replacing the old water services. And as you know, we're doing this so that when we finally repair the road surface, we won't need to cut it up because the water services that are old could break. So we're preventing that, and we're doing this ahead of time. The Golden Hill Road paving project from Creston to Rolling Hills is completed. And just last week, we finally put the pavement striping. Oops, sorry, let me go backwards. And just so you know, we're still waiting to do the rest of Golden Hill from Rolling Hills to Ardmore. We'll need to crack fill that area and put a slurry seal. Unfortunately, slurry seal only works when it's dry weather and when the weather is not cold. So we're needing to wait to do the rest of the project when the weather cooperates. I'm also pleased to announce that the shade structure between the Veterans and Senior Center has been installed, and it's already been in use by the Vet Center during their Thursday's hamburger luncheon. So now I'm going to switch to the upcoming projects in the Public Works. First is the long-awaited South Vine Bridge. This is an artist rendering of what the bridge looks like. This is looking north from Theater Drive and Highway 46. And so it will make that T intersection a four-way intersection because now there'll be an ability for people to go north on Highway 46 it's on Theater Drive, but north of Highway 46 becomes Vine Street. And here's a bird's eye view of South Vine being realigned so that it will connect and make that four-way intersection at Highway 46. And here's a closer look of the bridge structure. You can see it is a truss structure, and there will be lights in that truss. This is the before picture, and there's the after. Another project that's coming up is the repair of the deck surfaces at 13th Street Bridge over the Salinas River and the Niblick Bridge over the Spring Street 101 on-ramp. We're in design right now. We have a design funding from Federal Highway Administration. And once the design is complete, then we can apply for the next phase, which is construction. And usually in the Federal Highway Administration process, once you get the design, it's just timing that you need to wait for the construction funds. And we're anticipating about a $3.5 million for the construction and repair of those deck surfaces. The other project that's coming under construction that's been long awaited is the pickleball court. That's located on Scott Street. We will be issuing the notice to proceed on February 10th, and you can start seeing the contractor mobilizing on February 20th. Also keep an eye out for a flyer for a groundbreaking ceremony. Another project is the repairs of Mary Hill, 15th, and Terrace Hill. These are all being funded with Measure E12. We had the bid opening last week, and we found the low bid to be responsive and responsible. So we will be recommending that the council award that project at your meeting on February 18th. The Serenade Brahma neighborhood is also poised to begin construction. You awarded that project last January 15th. We're going to the contract phase and get those assigned, and then we will begin work. And then we also have a project to install, to improve the ramps at the airport. And so we will have the bid opening tomorrow and, I think tomorrow. And then we'll see how the bids go. And if all goes well, we will be ready to recommend awarding that project. And it's partially, no, it's not funded with FW. It's a city-funded project. And part of it is also being reimbursed because part of the pavement was damaged because of the big airplane that landed there. And then last but not least, Public Works is assisting emergency services to install their training tower at Union Road. And we had a bid opening, and the low bid looks like it's responsive and responsible. So Randy Harris will be writing the staff report and recommending award at your February 18th meeting. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Deedis. Start off with Councilman Strong.
Well, a question I just got from one of the workers there at the senior center is why is the shade structure so high? It's above the roofs of both buildings. And who picked the color of the shade?
Those design was vetted out through a community workshop, and we just followed what was approved by the city council.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, anything on my right? Okay. Deedis, I had some questions. Oh, Chris, go ahead. Yeah.
This presentation was really helpful, and I actually get a lot of questions about what's the current status, what's getting worked on, and this is such a perfect overview. Are these ever available online or associated with a particular board meeting?
I think, isn't the PowerPoint available on the city council agenda?
At this time, we are not posting PowerPoints prior to the meeting. What I will say for Public Works projects is I know the department has started to issue weekly project status report updates. So we should have those to you on a weekly basis, and they go out to the public as well. So it's a kind of a condensed non-visual form of this information, but it'll be to you on a weekly basis.
Okay, thanks.
Or you can just ask, I can email these to you, it's no problem.
Okay, Deedis, my question, and I remember we're talking on this years ago, Crescent Road, west of Wayside, north side, westbound lane, north side curb, Nick's Barber, Grange, that area right there, that I think is a dog grooming or whatever. What's that section of Crescent going to look like right there, that area?
So we will be able to improve Wayside, the barber shop, because they gave us property. Unfortunately, the property next to them, they weren't willing to give us any property, so we're just going to do our best to improve the road in front of them, and we'll have to wait and see when they submit their development application. If you know that the grade there is quite a bit,
yeah.
And for us to be able to install a driveway that meets code, we would have to go all the way into their property, and there was this land swap we were coming up with, and they just said, that is just too much for us. We just don't want to deal with it. So it's a difficult challenge. It's a challenging work. When they're ready for their development application, that is the time that we're going to have to work with them and develop a plan on how to fix that part for them.
Yeah, with the existing structure there, it's confining, obviously. I guess the next question then is, anywhere else on Crescent Road up to Golden Hill that we have any openings left besides that area that will not be curbed and guttered?
That's the only area. Everything else, from Rolling Hills to Golden Hill, it's all improved already.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a matter of improving the surface, putting in the roundabout, fixing the sidewalks, and putting something nice in front of those block walls.
Will the roundabout be in phase 2, or is that going to be conditioned to the developer when that happens?
It's in phase 2. If you recall, Mr. Hewitt and his team were able to get a $3 million grant specifically to be used towards the roundabout.
Got it. My last question was out at the airport. I think I heard you said that the ramp tie-down area is federally funded, or was
No,
it?
I misspoke.
Yeah.
It's a city funds.
That's what I thought would be coming out of the enterprise fund, right? For the
Yes,
airport.
yeah, I
Right.
misspoke. I'm so used to it, all airport
Yeah.
FAA, that when it's
Mostly.
different, it jars me.
Very good. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, then we'll open it up. Then anybody having questions on Dita's report from the public? Okay. Thank you, Ditas. Moving on, then we have accessory dwelling unit stock plans and permit upgrades. Warren, do you have that report?
Yes, let me bring that up really quick. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Warren Frace, Community Development Director. We just want to give you a quick update on housing activity within the city. There's a lot going on right now. So this is a report from the Community Development Department. So in terms of just metrics, in terms of tracking permits over the last year, we do them annually. So in 2024, we issued a total of 1,600 permits. That was for all types of construction, grading permits through large commercial developments and housing. So that was a 5% increase over the year before. You can see kind of the trend line. We've been very consistent the last 3 years in terms of permit activity. We saw a 35% increase in the number of housing units that were permitted last year. So last year was probably the most we've done in about 20 years, and that it was 310 housing units, which was up a bit from the last 2 years. We think we're going to probably, be pretty close to this number for the foreseeable future. And then inspections have increased 29%. So we did almost 7,000 inspections last year. We've hired a couple new inspectors to keep up with it. So you can see the pink line, that was the last year. And you can see that that's a pretty good jump from the previous 2 years in terms of inspection. It's the track houses that are really driving that. And we continue to see more and more track permits issued. So we expect that the permit inspections will continue to rise over the next year or two. Okay, so as I said, 2024 was a 35% increase in permitting activity. This will continue because of the following projects. We have the Olson South Chandler specific plan. We have multiple merchant builders now that are under construction. We have the Beechwood specific plan. They're working through their first phase track improvements. So that likely will start construction within the next 12 months as well. The Rolling Hills Apartments, this is next to the roundabout that Ditas was talking about. This is a 130 unit apartment complex. We expect them to pull grading permits probably the next 3 or 4 months on that one. And then Riverwalk Terrace, that's wrapping up at the Walmart Center. And then the River Oaks 2 subdivision over there by Kermit King, they're into phase 3 now, and that's starting to really pick up speed. So if you haven't been out there for a while, there's a lot of going on at River Oaks 2. This chart here just shows historic trends back to 1990. The purple line is the total number of residential units per year. You'll see we had a peak back in 2000, then it leveled after the recession, and now we're starting to peak back up again. And it's possible we could get back to kind of similar numbers as we saw in 2000, maybe for a year or two, based on how these projects move forward. Okay, so part of what's going on is accessory dwelling units. So the state of California passed some legislation in the last couple of years that allowed accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, on all single family lots. These can be attached or detached, or you can actually do both an attached and detached unit on a single family lot. They're up to 1,200 square feet. If you build a smaller one, 800 square feet or smaller, it's exempt from a number of fee requirements. So there's an incentive to keep them smaller by the state for that reason. So we're seeing a lot of interest in those. Basically going back into 2021, there was 26 per year. 22 was 30. 23 dropped off a little to 14. And then last year really spiked. We did 129 ADUs. Now, a lot of those were at the Olson specific plan. One of the tracks included, I think, about 109 ADUs. So we're seeing a lot of activity there. That's a good sign for affordable housing and providing housing for the workforce. ADUs all have to be a rental unit. So if they're fairly small, the idea is that those will be more affordable than some of your other housing types that are available. So to encourage that further, we've been working with local cities and San Luis Obispo County on what we're calling pre-approved ADU plans. So these are the pre-approved plans that are available. These are on the county website. We're linked to them. We have all the agreements and permits ready so that these can be used within the city. So there's 3 different designs, different architecture, different floor plans available. So if you use those templates, then you just need to use the city checklist, which you still need to do a grading plan. They do require rooftop solar, that's a state requirement. And then depending on whether the main unit has fire sprinklers, you may or may not have to put fire sprinklers in as well. But so basically you can download these plans, prepare these 3 items, and then you'll be ready for construction permits. So the idea is that should simplify and speed up ADUs for folks that are interested in those. And then other affordable projects going on, you'll recall that the city has partnered with the Paso Robles Housing Authority on 2 affordable apartment projects. So the first was Sunrise Villas. This was out at the Olson Ranch project on Fontana Road. This is what it looks like today. It is now completely leased up. So we have 69 low-income families that are in this new apartment complex. It's got a nice playground and recreational facility in the middle. Basically, it's kind of the entry and the gateway into the project. So it's complete. We're going to have a groundbreaking, or not a groundbreaking, a ribbon cutting with the City Council and the Planning Commission on March 18th with the master builder and the Housing Authority. So we're hopeful that all the council members can attend that. And then right after that, we have the Riverwalk Terrace project. This is at the Walmart Center next to the old J.C. Penney's. This is 79 low-income senior units. This will be opening in spring of 2025, so they're finishing it up right now. And we'll be doing ribbon cutting for that one probably in May. So that's almost 150 low to very low income units that we're going to be able to provide for the community. And, you know, really a nice success story for everyone. And then here's the Olson Ranch specific plan project. So end to Sherwood Road. So that apartment complex is right here on Fontana. Sherwood Road's been paved now, so we straightened out that dog leg zigzag that used to be Lene Road out. So now we'll have a nice smooth flow from Sherwood all the way out to Lene. That road will be opening up probably in the next 4 or 5 months. We have the new segment of Airport Road that's been completed, new roundabout at Airport and Sherwood, and then there's another roundabout that's we're wrapping up right now that'll tie Sherwood and Lene together at this point. Turtle Creek Park, that's getting wrapped up right now. That'll be dedicated to the city later this year. That's where we'll have some additional pickleball courts, trails, and open space. And then Royal Oak Park has been improved as part of this project as well. The next couple months, that'll be ready to open back up to the public as well. And the rest of the project is about 1,200 additional units, single family, courtyard, townhouses, and apartments. So it's a full range of different housing types. So how does that work in terms of just, you know, meeting what's referred to as our RHNA numbers? That's the state regional housing needs allocation. That's where the state of California allocates housing units to every city, and we have to, you know, plan for and encourage those to get built. So our allocation is about 1,400 units. To date, we've built about 515. This is kind of what's remaining. So we have 250 low-income and extremely low-income units. So Sunrise Villas and Riverwalk will count toward this number here. The ADUs count toward your moderate. We're doing really well on moderate, so we're actually going to be done with moderate here, just based on the ADU construction. And then above moderate, those are just market rate units. That's where we're the furthest behind at 510 units, but most of the units at Olson Ranch will hit those. So we expect that we'll be able to hit most of these categories by the end of the reporting period in 2028. And be happy to answer any questions.
Wow, that's a great report. Thank you very much, Warren. Questions on my left? Chris Beal.
Thank you. Great report. And if you could just remind us what the definitions are for extremely low, very low, low, how those categories are.
Yeah, so those are percentages of the median income in the county. So I believe the median income somewhere around $75,000 per household. So extremely low is, I believe, 30% or less of median income. Low is 50% or less. Moderate is 80% or less. So then above moderate is, anything above 100% of median income.
Right. And so just walk me through, let's do some quick, who's good with math here? 80%, 30%. Let's walk through some real numbers of what that means, assuming a $75,000 median.
It's a formula. So, and there's actually a sheet that I can provide to the council that the county prints once a month. So it's not just based on the household size, it's then the number of people in the family, and then if it's for sale or for rent, there's a different category. So there's a sliding scale for, a large family, whether they would meet low or moderate income. So I can give you the numbers, but it's not just one number, it's a table of numbers.
No, I think that's a really great point, because it isn't just straight math. You have to consider the size of the household. And sometimes I think what the city of Paso has done in terms of housing has been fabulous. A lot of really great, wonderful work in terms of developing some, diversifying our housing stock. That said, sometimes I think it's good to step back and see from reality's sake what those numbers really mean in terms of what our workers are earning. So, but
we'll get that table out to everyone.
Thanks.
And I'd just like to make a comment on that, from being on the Housing Authority for almost 20 years now, or a liaison. And that is that our Housing Authority is not a public housing authority. It is just a housing authority, and there's a difference. Public housing authorities actually have access to additional funding, and they can take the really very low-income people. Actually, housing authorities can't do that, and therefore they can do the very low or the low, but it's very hard to do anything much below that. So $20,000 minimum income to get in any unit in the housing authority for rent or whatever. So you've got to have at least $20,000 a year average income in order to do that.
Got it.
And that's something we should be aware of, because anyone below that, we have a problem with.
Okay. I have no other questions either. Thank you very much, Warren. I'll open up real quick to the public. Anybody wishing to make comment on Warren's item?
Hi, Linda, 3126 Spring, Linda George Warren. Do these ADUs include ADUs with wheels? And if are wheels part of the pre-approved? Because there's a lot of tiny homes that are mobile. And would they be fee exempt if it's under $800 like the regulars? And then when you guys approve an ADU in a neighborhood, do you consider the parking, or is that an issue that, because, residential parking is very hard. So those are my questions for the ADU portion.
Thank you. Anyone else? We'll close public comment. Warren, do you have some answers there?
Yeah, so in terms of what qualifies as an ADU, it basically has to be a unit that's permitted under the Uniform Building Code. So that can be a modular unit, but units with wheels are either RVs or manufactured units known as, mobile homes. Those don't necessarily qualify, but if they can be pre-made, which are the modular units. So they're very similar, but they don't actually have wheels. They're not vehicles, and those can be delivered to the site in one piece and delivered. So it's similar. It's it's kind of one of those, unique things in state law about these different types. So they aren't included on the stock plans because they basically are stock plans. So you can go buy those at some different dealerships in town. They're not actually, manufactured trailers anymore. They're mobile, or they're modular units that are under the UBC. And then in terms of parking, the state of California has waived most of the parking requirements for ADUs. The state considers housing to be a crisis and parking really to be more of a convenience and luxury. So the state has decided they will trade parking for housing units. So you can now convert your garage, which is right now parking, into an ADU and not have to replace that. And that's state law across the whole state of California.
I did develop one question real quick, and that has to do with water and sewer. I mean, capacity-wise, with all the ADUs that we had so many units designed into city, for threshold. Does this really impact a whole lot on that level of capacity?
It could in the future. When we were doing about 20, per year, that's not going to be an impact. But last year when we did, 130, the Olson Ranch project had to redesign their sewer system to accommodate those ADUs. So if they continue to become more popular, it can become a challenge for some of our existing utilities. And that's, once again, the state's decided that the housing crisis, supersedes, some of these local utility issues.
Wow. Okay. Very good. All right. Thank you, Warren. Appreciate it. All right, moving on to general public comments. This is the time that the public may address the City Council on items within our purview, but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. City Council or staff may briefly respond to statements or questions posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker information card and give it to the city clerk when you are speaking. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. Those people wishing to speak on an item scheduled on tonight's agenda will be given that opportunity at the time the agenda item is considered. Dale, you're up. Go ahead.
Dale Guston. Previously, I asked for how much was refunded to those people that paid fines after the illegal parking situation became illegal. And they said they can only go back 1 year. They gave an amount. My next request was, what percentage of those that were fined were actually refunded? I've yet to get a response to that.
Okay. Welcome.
Hi. Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. First, I wanted to remind the council, and congratulations, Chris, that I came out in the torrential rainstorm to say it in person. I want to remind everybody that during the Residency Academy, and not just Chris, everybody in this room, he had Dave Nelson, myself, Mr. Rivera, Glenn O'Hagan, and Jeff Carr in the Residency Academy. And he impressed upon me on how actually none of them ever lost their temper with us. There were days that separately or collectively we were grilling them about city issues. And I think it's incredible. And I look forward to where you take the city. I saw how you and Warren and the staff work together. And I am very excited about this new step forward for Paso Robles. I officially lay down all my axes. And I think that we can move forward. So I came here also tonight, and congratulations, Chris, and everybody else. You guys deserve it. And one of the things that I request from you as please create a really robust employee recognition program, because I think this is a really hardworking staff that really deserve it. And they've been through kind of everything with us. But I came tonight to speak about the homeless. Ms. Bill, I sent you some emails that went unanswered. They are very cold out there. Right now, SLO County has a process where we could appeal or apply for grants. And then my question is, can we apply for grants for ECHO to start a job program? Since we have a grant writer, if I remember correctly, Austin said he writes his own. It's very cold out there. I spoke with AJ. SLO also opened up a safe parking site So I asked Chief Nord to direct them that way because their needs would be better served. And so I just want to make sure that we start being proactive for our homeless, because we may not have had that much rain this year, but it sure is cold. And I live in a tiny trailer and it's freezing. So I also wanted to say thank you to Fire Marshal Patty for coming out and dealing with my incessant complaints about the fire lanes. And he's been a champion about it. He even came at 7 this morning and measured the driveway to make sure everybody's parked. It's really important with what's going on in LA that we support our public safety. And after just spending a short stint in Oakland, when this city grows, we're going to need it. And so I gave a heads up to Chief Nord that I want to pitch an idea to start a public safety committee for Paso Robles, so we can work on plans like getting the homeless up and out, and the fire department, as more doctors retire, resign, that their resources are not stretched so thin. But it's nice to see you guys again. I'm back. And good luck to everybody.
Michael, welcome.
Michael Rivera, P.O. Box 3134. First of all, as you all know, I'm very pleased with the change in the city leadership. Very excited that we can now move forward and the city can start to heal and become, start focusing on the real issues. I want to congratulate Steve Gregory on his election. I want to, Chris Beal, congratulations. You know, you're making the big bucks again. Steve and Chris. I want to also thank Chris Bausch for being a true leader in our community. I want to thank him for standing up and, asking for accountability. I appreciate him very much. But with that being said, I want to see this city extremely successful. I think we all want success for our community, for our people, for the people who are, coming up in the world. I talk to young people all the time. Well, some of them are struggling. The job market is getting tighter. It's getting more difficult. It's very expensive. Water, trash, just the basic stuff that maybe some of you don't think about. These kids think about it. They're being stretched. And so I was going to ask that there's be a new focus on the city council towards economic development and upwardly mobile job opportunities for our young people and for everybody, for that matter. This one-trick pony town is not going to do well. The future's not good. You may know that. The wine industry is going through an incredible correction. The hospitality business is going to reach a capacity that's just not going to really sustain a community like this for long. So we need to start being creative and start being aggressive. Agribusiness technology and opportunity with Cal Poly right here, automation technologies, things that I've talked to the economic development director about. We really need to start looking outside the box and start being creative. And we need to start focusing on these young people because there's a lot of, and it's going to get worse. We're so focused on the wine industry. You realize how many jobs are attached to that. A lot of those jobs are going to go away. And so we need to really think about that and ask private business, how can we help to get you to where you need to go and diversify? Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Gloria Fama, 1211
Welcome.
Dorothy Street.
Ma'am, just to let you know, you dropped something in front. Yeah. So, yeah. Yep.
I just wanted to give a shout out and acknowledgement to some Paso Robles High School.
Your name, ma'am?
Gloria Fama,
Gloria?
Dorothy Street. Okay. So acknowledgement to some Paso Robles High School students to bring, while they brought attention to the plight of undocumented workers yesterday for their demonstration on the Niblick Bridge, which just was there because what would we do without our migrant workers? Okay. Vegetables, fruits, wines is going to go up through the roof when we can't afford, and Americans don't do that kind of back-breaking labor that we see in the Salinas fields, right? So shout out to those high school students that they are taking something like the ICE promises to go out to the communities and gather up illegal, undocumented criminals. They're all rapists and criminals, according to our POTUS. But they are actually rounding up citizens, innocent, hardworking citizens. Just so.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Francisco, welcome.
How you doing, City Council? Once again, congratulations to all of you that are now new in this seat. Awesome. Thank you for that comment. I want to ditto everything you just said, ma'am. I appreciate that. And I want to say thank you to our city and to our law enforcement that were out there. I was there with them also. I walked up and down that bridge, making sure everybody was safe. And demonstration was awesome. There was a great crowd. And our law enforcement was there all the way around. We had law enforcement on bicycles, law enforcement on their cars, patrolling the whole area, and everything went well, everything went safe, and it was a great turnout. So thank you to everyone that did show up there and show their support.
Francisco, for the record, your name, your full name. Yeah.
Francisco Ramirez.
There you go. Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Anyone online?
No, sir.
Very good. We'll close the public comment and move on to agenda's items to be deferred. Mr. Hua?
Mayor, we have no items to be deferred this evening.
Very good. If you would then, let's go ahead and do the overview of the items on consent calendar.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have 10 items on the consent calendar this evening. The first 3 are related to minutes of different bodies of the city. The first 2 are City Council meeting minute approvals, one from your January 15th, 2025 regular meeting, the second from your January 27th, 2025 special meeting. Item 3 is the receipt of advisory body minutes for 3 advisory bodies, the Youth Commission meeting in early December, the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee meeting also in early December, and same with your Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. Item number 4 is the receipt of the warrant register or payments made by the city since our last council meeting. In total, the city has made $2.9 million worth of check payments since your last meeting. I'll highlight those that are substantial, over $100,000. The first is a payment to Whitaker Construction Group. This is for paving in the Fontana Lene area. And that was in the amount of $1.23 million. The second payment was made to RCH Construction. This is for some work on water lines and related infrastructure in the Crestline Fairview area out of the water fund in the amount of $172,232.53. The next item is a pass-through to Visit SlowCal, also known as the San Luis Obispo County Visitors, in the amount of $116,985.17. This is for a collection made in November of 2024 for folks that are staying at local hotels. Again, this is an assessment that's passed through to Visit SlowCal. The next item is a payment to Paso Robles Destination Marketing. This again is for November 2024. And again, this is a pass-through payment as part of the Travel Paso Assessment District in the amount of $155,264.45. Moving on, item number 5 is the approval of the annual comprehensive financial report for last fiscal year. This is essentially the audited financial report. Again, I don't believe there were any major findings. Both auditing practices and fiscal controls were reviewed, no findings there. This document typically receives an award from the Government Finance Officers Association each year for its comprehensiveness. I wanted to give a quick shout out to Mr. Cornell and his staff for the completion of this document. It's a long process, and their team does a very good job. Items 6 and 7 are related. These are both second readings and adoption of ordinances related to a community facilities district for the Olson South Chandler Ranch area. Item 6 is for the services component of that CFD, and then item 7 is for the facilities component of that CFD. And there have been several items on your agenda leading up to this point, which is the last step in the formal process for the City Council. Item number 8 is the approval of a resolution that would award a professional services agreement to AP Triton to conduct a public safety community risk assessment, standards of cover deployment analysis, and strategic staffing study for both the police department and the fire department. As a little bit of background, this item was one of your adopted goals for the year. And so this is something that the public safety teams have been working on to move forward, essentially going to give us a blueprint and a needs assessment on future needs of both of those departments looking into the future. Item number 9 is a resolution that's amending an agreement with Mr. Joe Chenard for certain engineering services. And item number 10 is also a resolution amending engineering services contracts with M&S Engineering, again for additional engineering services. Both of these items 9 and 10 are helping supplement our engineering team. As Warren mentioned, we have quite a few different projects in the hopper, and both of these contracts help to make sure we're providing timely and comprehensive responses to developers and others that are coming in and needing those engineering services. So with that, that concludes my summary of the consent calendar, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chris. Consent calendar are considered routine and not normally requiring separate discussion. However, if any member of the council or public has a specific question and wants clarification on the item, we can get those answered before we take a vote. Secondly, any member of the council or public that wants to have a full discussion of a particular item, it will cause that item to be pulled from the consent calendar and considered separately at the end of the discussion items portion of tonight's agenda. I will now ask council, do we have anybody that has any questions on items 1 through 10? Seeing none. Anyone in the public having any questions on consent items P1 through 10? Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody online with any questions?
Not for this item.
Okay. Then I'll go ahead and then ask the public if anybody wants to have a full discussion of any item on this item. Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back then to council for discussion and or...
Mayor Hammond.
Pro Tem Gregory.
Make a motion that we approve items 1 through 10 on the consent agenda.
Second. Okay, so we have a motion by Gregory, second, but I'm going to go with Bausch. I heard Bausch kind of speak up. Any discussion on items 1 through 10? Okay, Melissa, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good, thank you. Moving on to public hearings, I'll open public hearings. And first up tonight, we have the approval of the 2025 Community Development Block Grant Program and Final Action Plan. And Warren, you'll have that program. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, members of the council, Warren Frey's Community Development Director. This is your annual allocation for the Community Development Block Grant for the city of Paso Robles. CDBG is what it's known by. These are federal funds that come through San Luis Obispo County to the city. The purpose of these federal funds is to benefit low-income persons and to eliminate blight within the community. So the City Council adopts a funding prioritization plan. You're allowed to divide the money into 3 different pots. One is for public improvement projects that benefit low-income folks. The second would be public service grants for low-income benefit. And then the third would be an administration of the program, which is funding for both the city and county staff involved in these programs. So we expect to be allocated $203,000. The way that will be allocated is $162,000, which is 80%, goes to projects and programs. And then the remaining 20% is administration. 13% of that, which is $26,000, goes to San Luis Obispo County. They do all the reporting, the auditing. There's a lot of paperwork involved with spending this money. So San Luis Obispo County does the majority of that work. That's why they take the majority of the money. And then the $14,000 is basically for city staff, then to administer the construction project. So $14,000 would be the city's share. So the way it can work out is you can then split the project money between the public improvement project. So up to, or you can spend $132,000 on the public improvement project, and then up to $30,000 on public services. You don't have to spend any on public services, so you could choose to roll that into the public improvement project. That isn't what you've chosen to do to date. The total available to the city is $176,000. So public service applications is a competitive process. The council reviewed applications late last year. We did receive 3 applications requesting $47,000. We only have $30,000 available. The council reduced the request by $17,000. So the 3 applications were from 5 cities homeless for $17,000, Cap Slow for $15,000, and Echo for $15,000. So the council looked at that, and you made the decision to reduce that down to $30,000. So the direction that you provided late last year was $15,233 to Capslow, $15,233 to Echo, $0 to 5 Cities Homeless Coalition, and then $132,000 for a sidewalk safety crossing on Airport Road in the Sierra Bonita low-income zone. So here's a picture of the sidewalk crossing. So this is Royal Oak Park that's being renovated right now. And this is Turtle Creek Park that runs through Sierra Bonita. There is no pedestrian crossings on Airport Road. Airport Road will continue to increase in traffic. So this will be a safe crossing with the flashing beacons and the ADA accessibility. And then the trail system that's been put into Royal Oak then can continue and connect to the trail system in Turtle Creek. That should be a nice amenity for everyone in that area. So your options tonight are to take no actions or to adopt the resolution that's attached that basically would approve the allocations and notify the county of how you choose to spend the money. You could also make changes to those allocations still. So this is your recommended allocations. If you adopt the resolution as attached, these will be forwarded to the county for administration. That concludes staff's report.
Okay, thank you, Warren. Real quick question from my side. In that, a couple slides back, you had Turtle Creek crossing, and it showed the concrete, that pink area right there. That was just for clarification, moved out in the street so you could see it versus underneath the tree. Is that kind of what that is, or why is it?
So what that is, you can see where the intersection is, and there's a really wide median. This would be like a new raised nose at the end of the median. It's basically an extension of the median to protect the pedestrian corridor because it's got to kind of zigzag to line up correctly.
Okay, I see. Okay, I'm sorry. Any other questions from council? Over here?
Very quick.
Sure. All right, I'll open up to public. Anybody having any questions on this? Dale?
Dale Guston, did they do any kind of a pedestrian survey on how many people are using that Turtle Creek crossing?
Okay. Anyone else? All right.
I do have a caller online for this one, Mayor Hammond.
Okay, let's go ahead and get Linda. Linda, go ahead real quick. Linda, George?
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I thought
you're
you
up.
knew. I just have a quick question. Is this a yearly fund? Okay.
Every
that's
year, yep. Okay, and the person online?
Wendy Lewis.
Copy that. Wendy, can you hear us?
Good evening. Good evening, Council. Wendy Lewis with El Camino Homeless Organization. I'd just like to thank the mayor and council members for the ongoing investment and support in the work that ECHO provides in Paso Robles. It's amazing to believe we've been there over 4 years already. It seems like time just flew, and the continued support from the city, the community that volunteers, the businesses that sponsor, it just means so much to us. And I just wanted to call in to let you guys know that your approval tonight means a lot to us, and it's just one of the key pieces in our funding that comes into us that keeps all the programming going that helps people back into housing. That's our ultimate goal and what we're wanting for the people we serve. Just some information, in 2023, we had the most successful year of getting people back into housing, and that was 201 individuals or families. In 2024, I'm proud to say, with the partnership with the city and the community support, we helped 256 individuals and families. And so we continue to strive to do better as an organization. That doesn't include another program we operate, which is homeless prevention. We helped another 97 families within the community keep their housing and not have to face and experience homelessness. And so we are just grateful for everything that the city helps us with and partners with. And just want to end it on one happy note. We have a mom who recently had a little one with us, and she found out she's getting housing, and the community stepped up and threw a baby shower for her. So that's what the community does for ECHO and the people we're serving. So thank you, and I'm here if there's any questions.
Well, thank you, Wendy, for your leadership. And without ECHO, I don't know what we'd be doing for our homeless, but I sure appreciate all the service you guys do. Thank you. Anyone else online?
No, sir.
Okay. Bring it back to council for discussion and or direction.
Mayor Hammond?
Pro Tem Gregory.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve Resolution 25XXX, approving the CDB allocations for the city's annual action plan that were presented to us tonight.
Second.
All right. Motion by Gregory, second by Beal. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. Thank you very much. All right, moving on, we'll close the public hearings and move on to discussion items. R1, we have the 2025 4th of July fireworks celebration at Barney Schwartz. And Frida, looks like you're going to have that report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Frida Berman, Public Works Director. At your last meeting, you discussed the 2025 edition of the 4th of July celebration and requested that at your next meeting, this meeting, I come back with a reconsidered budget for the event. And that is why we are here tonight. As a recap, the event was reinstated in 2022, and we've had 3 successful years, 2022, 23, and 24. The event began at 2 p.m. In 2024, we had 2 bands, a field full of food trucks, soccer field full of activities, 2 concerts from the 2 bands, sponsor area, and a fireworks show set to music. We had at the last event approximately, and its crowd estimates are tough, but about 10,000 people attend. What people don't know about this event is that we have the public starting to arrive at about 7 a.m. People like their spots. They like the spots they get every year. So we have staff that arrive at 7 a.m., mostly public works staff. We have community service staff also arriving in the morning. Those people don't leave until 1 a.m. It's an extraordinary effort. The same is true of the police department. They begin work at 4 p.m. They're generally off at midnight. We also have private security on duty from the night before throughout the day, and then a full crew arriving at 5 p.m. and leaving at 11 p.m. The funding for the 2024 event, our expenses were $161,500. That consisted of council-approved amount of $65,000. We had sponsor revenue, which was reduced from previous years, but totaled $59,500, and some carryover funds from previous events of $29,500. And that was everything. Because of our reduced sponsor event, we have no carryover dollars moving forward into 2025, which is really the issue. The same event that I described for 2024 is projected to cost $170,000 in 2025. So at your last meeting on January 15th, you directed staff to confirm the pyrotechnics, which they are confirmed, where we've locked in a price, and present a new budget reducing anticipated costs. And I was very quick to say, sure, no problem. It was a huge brain buster because large crowds dictate the majority of event costs, those 10,000 people. So you might be wondering, what do you mean? We have to prep parking lots. We have public works staff working on parking lots. Even though the land is generously in kind given to us by Brett Butterfield, we also have city lots. We prep those lots for a week prior to the event. We have light towers. We have traffic control, not only signage, but people at the intersection of Highway 46 and Union Road. We have electronic message signs. We have all kinds of signage throughout for safety. We have private security, as I mentioned before, a large number of staff. We have porta potties. We have additional water truck for fire prevention. I could go on and on. So it's very difficult to know where to cut the event. The programming itself is a very small portion of the event. It's everything that surrounds the event. One thing I didn't mention, weed abatement. We do weed abatement on the entire property, the Chandler Ranch. We cut fire breaks at the city's cost because we're having the fireworks show. We can't, it's the right thing to do. We pay for that. So as a comparison and to see where we could cut costs, in 2024, staffing, $32,600, pyrotechnics, $42,000, event operations and professional services, a lot of what I've described, $86,900. In moving to 2025, after talking to police, fire, our community services department, public works, streets people, what we're saying is we can cut staffing to $22,000. Pyrotechnics is locked in at $43,000. And I found about $4,000 in professional services. I am including a contingency here of $12,474, which is approximately 10%, because we have day of expenses and unknowns that we need. I don't want to have to come back to council and say, hey, I'm short again. So that is a contingency, and that makes up what I'm proposing as a revised budget of $160,000. So how did we get here? I'm going to start at the bottom because this is how we got here. We considered actually I'll start at the top. We considered no private security, that's $10,000. But if you'll notice in the addendum that we issued yesterday, no one is recommending no private security, although that would be a $10,000 additional cost savings. Given current circumstances, it just isn't prudent not to do that. We would like to rely on volunteers more heavily, but volunteers is always something that we plead for, and we maybe get 25 volunteers. So what we did is we said, okay, we can start the event later. We can start it at 4 p.m. instead of 2 p.m. That cuts some staff shifts. It also allows recreation to start their events later. We can cut down from 2 bands to 1 band. The cost of the band, the cost of the green room, the cost of the hotels. A smaller activity area. Community Services has committed to not a full field of recreational activities, but a smaller field, smaller area, using games and other features that they have already purchased in previous years, and also a smaller sponsor area, meaning less tenting costs and those sorts of things. That's how we got to $160,000. So what I am proposing is we rely on our community partners to fill the funding gap. As you're aware, the city has an annual allocation of $65,000. Travel Paso has committed $35,000. And in this scenario, we also have numerous in-kind sponsors. In this scenario, we would have to bridge a $60,000 gap, and that we rely on our community partners to bridge that funding gap. Travel Paso has committed to help us do that. And in your addendum, you'll notice that the revised recommendation is to authorize staff to continue the 2025 4th of July fireworks celebration at Barney Schwartz Park with all expenses exceeding available revenue covered by general fund reserves, estimated by staff at roughly $60,000, and direct staff to file a notice of exemption pursuant to state CEQA guidelines. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Frida, in the addenda, it says staff at roughly 50,000. You said 60 just now. Is that
the addendum that was issued yesterday, not the staff report, it's revised to 60.
Oh, revised. Yeah, that's what I thought I was looking at. Okay. All right. Thank you. Any questions from staff? Pro Tem Gregory.
So, Frida, just for our edification, in your addendum, it says it's 150,000 total cost, but it's 160, correct?
The staff report says 150. We had numerous discussions with police department about the private security issue, and given current events, New Orleans in particular decided that wasn't a prudent move. Melissa issued an addendum yesterday with a revised recommendation of $160,000 today.
The addendum was issued today.
Today.
Okay, you did.
So the addendum that you received, the second paragraph of it says reliance on community partners to fill the funding gap is the most realistic and appropriate strategy to fund the event with a revised budget of $160,000. This amount includes a 10% contingency to account for unanticipated cost increases in day of critical purchases. The revised recommendation is to authorize staff to continue the 2025 4th of July fireworks celebration at Barney Schwartz Park with all expenses exceeding available revenue covered by the general fund reserves, estimated by city staff at roughly $60,000, and then direct staff to file the notice of exemption pursuant to CEQA.
Okay, thank you.
Question, Frida. The stage, did you kind of, I mean, I don't know what that cost, beautiful stage, excellent. I mean, it's top shelf. Maybe not so top shelf. I mean, could we save anything by just doing a normal platform to raise them a
Not
little
really, because the majority of the cost there is the sound system, and we need the sound system for the music for the fireworks to cover the park.
Mm-hmm.
So I looked at that, but that's why this is so tough, is you don't want to take away from the appeal of the event just, by taking away this little thing or that little thing or this little thing. So I tried to look at where it was realistic to reduce, and we came up with hours, which impacts staffing and those sorts of things.
And then on the Chandler Ranch, the disking, aren't they supposed to have that done anyway per fire? I mean, where are we doing it?
Since the event began in early 2000s, the city has paid for that fire, not the entire ranch, but the area impacted.
Well, I think I remember Dwayne Picanso out there disking, helping out. But that's why I'm just wondering if it was supposed to be disked already and it's not. And
they do the remainder on their, they pay for the remainder, but the amount and we do it after it, we do it right before the event.
Because it's supposed to be done by May or June
exactly.
there. Right. Okay. All right. Very good. Chris, go ahead.
Thank you. Frida did a completely unscientific survey of just local people. People that have attended love the event. Nobody complains about even the aftermath and trying to get out of the park. It's a spectacular event, builds a lot of community. It's very patriotic, and I think that speaks to our hometown roots. So thank you very much for that. My question is, when this was brought back, revived a few years ago, I seem to remember a discussion that this should be a free event for people to attend, and it would be paid for partly by city, partly by community and sponsors. Walk me through how we arrived at that decision not to charge anything. I'm hearing suggestions that run along the lines of, maybe, pass the hat, kind of what we do for concerts in the park. People that can donate will donate. Charging $10 a car to come into the event, using that to help offset. I have no idea if those would be even viable to meet the shortfall, but walk me through how we got to a zero cost to attend.
Well, the event was established before I came to the city, so it's traditionally been a gift back to the committee by the community. We do have a sponsorship program where people can donate. You don't have to donate for a table or a seat. You can donate any amount to the event, so that's already in place. I'd have to do some research for the original deed when the land was deeded to the city, but it is my recollection that, and it would be incredibly difficult to put up fencing to charge for the event.
Sure.
But I believe there were some conditions that it was a park that would be free to the community.
I remember hearing about that as well. Okay.
Right. So the only potential where we could charge potentially is for parking. Obviously, Brett Butterfield donates the majority of the land for that. So that would have to be something that he would agree to. But that would increase our staffing costs because you have to have, right now we have people with flags, here, here, here. If you're going to collect money for parking, then you're increasing the cost on another. So, it's doable, but we'd have to jump through some hoops, and then I don't know what the impact on the staffing side.
Right, and I don't know that it would actually produce a meaningful net result that would help make this decision. But thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that.
Okay, any more, council? Open up to public. Anybody wishing to make a comment?
I was
Linda George, 3126 Street. I could talk. So there could be options. I agree with maybe charging $5 per family or $1 per single donation and or not. If you're going to have bands, you could do a VIP lawn where if a family or at least 10 or 15 people want the front lawn or something like that to the concert. The vendors, I don't know if the vendors are charged. I went last year, I volunteered, it was the first time I went, and there was no vendors up at the lake. Maybe there could be more vendors up there and charge them, I don't know if they are charged $50 for the day. I don't know, Paso seems to have a lot of donated deeded land, which is really an amazing concept for me. And with, I guess maybe the people who deed it to us, they have that caveat where you can't charge for these things. I would just think a donation, that's what we do with our bands. You know, if we can't charge a door charge, we just put a donation bucket. And a lot of people are very, very good about doing such. So I know it probably wouldn't generate. And I think as the city grows and we have more taxes coming in, it probably won't be so hard. But I wouldn't be offended if there was a charge at the door, whether it's formal or not. Just thought I'd add my 2 cents.
Very good. Thank you.
Dale, Gus, and Frida, marvelous job of getting the cost down. It stays dark till very late. So why are we starting so early in the evening? We don't start the concerts in the park till 6 o'clock at night. Let's not. Let's start it as late as we can and reduce the need for as much personnel to control it. Thank you.
Gloria Fama again, Democratic Club Party. I have a question. If you had more volunteers, would it lower the cost? I was one of, how many volunteers you said?
We'll
25? Only 25?
Yeah, we'll take questions and then we'll get answers. But yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so that was my question, 25. Then my comment would be if the city were to allow more service organizations that represent Paso to have a presence, then maybe they could get more volunteers.
That's great. Thank you. Anyone else in the public? Anyone online? Listen.
No, sir.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close public and comment and then bring it back to council for discussion and or action.
Can I answer the questions first?
Yes, if you'd like to go ahead, Frida.
We do have a VIP area, so that's already existing. Will volunteers reduce costs? That's hard. That's really hard to say. We would love. We've reached out to service clubs every year. It's a holiday. There's a lot of hesitation to commit hours. In most cases, we need specialized volunteers to work in parking lots, for example. It's not fun work. And it could reduce costs, but incrementally, you know.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, if we did like for Rotary, we do the old timers and we put out a jar for donation. I mean, that helps a little bit, but even then it's, troublesome sometimes. But I think, again, this is just something the city's going to have to do if we want to do it. Steve?
So, Frida, do you think there's any chance we could get those volunteers that show up at the concerts at the park to show up? Because they get money out of everybody.
They do pretty good.
Sorry, it's the truth. I don't know if that's maybe that's the form of volunteer we could use to really raise money.
The Rec Foundation, does the Rec Foundation support this event at all?
They serve as our fiduciary at no fee.
Yeah, that's what I thought. They did something, I know. Yeah. Okay. All right. Chris, Beal, go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, I want to thank you for your thoughtful presentation. I have organized events in the past, and you're spot on. I mean, if you're having an event for, 10,000 or 15,000 people, there are certain required costs to maintain safety, right? And there's a lot going on in an event like this. And I'm always really thinking, like, are we spending our time, money, energy, effort the way that we want to? And so, I mean, these are some high level questions, like, is this what we want to be doing? And I thought I was going to hear from people that, we'd like to be spending our time differently. But what I heard from people is that people really appreciated this event. They felt like it was something for the community, for the locals, and they appreciated it. And so I appreciated hearing that. And I think for this event, just have to sort of recognize that there are some challenges that maybe we didn't foresee, but then on the next cycle, it's a good opportunity for us to step back and say, what is it that we want this to look like? What makes sense from a fiscal or effort standpoint? But thank you for your presentation and all the work that goes on to this. This is a big deal event.
Yeah, I kind of agree that this is something that the city is going to have to do, similar to what we do over here at the park, park lighting during the whole year, plus also the Christmas lighting that everybody just spectacular. But that costs a few dollars for the city to do. And I think, again, it's just who we are as far as a town. And that's if the council wants to keep this going, that's our flavor. So anyway, discussion. Anybody have further or direction?
One more question.
Steve Grigger.
How much space do you have in the VIP area? It's a serious question.
No, and it's a serious answer because that drives how much tenting we have, how much food we serve. This past year, we had about 150 people in the VIP area. This year, I reduced that estimate to 100 because I won't have to have additional tents and we can reduce the food costs. So I'm projecting 100 at this point.
Okay. And if there's some people that want to donate money for sponsorship, is there space for them?
Absolutely. We have a sponsorship program. Actually, Melissa is my partner on this, and we're going to be re-looking at that and seeing what makes sense from a donation perspective as well as a benefit perspective, because we want to provide a value for those that donate. So we'll have that out in the next month or two.
Okay. The sooner the better. Thank you.
I'll carry that on a little bit. It's kind of like we did with the Christmas lighting, that people donated to that too. But I think what I'd like to try to see is more visibility so people remember to do it or can do it.
Sure.
So I'm not sure how that was really put out last year, but maybe we can put it in some of our flyers that we do monthly or whatever between here and, there's ways to keep it on somebody's mind that, if they want to do it, they can do it and make it easy for them. So, okay. Thank you. All right. Direction?
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead. Well, okay, make the motion first.
I move that they send the fireworks up and let's go for it. But to authorize staff to continue 2025 4th of July fireworks celebration at Barney Schwartz Park with all expenses exceeding available revenue covered by the general funds, estimated by city staff at roughly $50,000, and direct staff to file a notice of exemption pursuant to the state CEQA guidelines. And I'd like to add a little amendment to that we do go out and get more larger sponsors or more corporate sponsors.
I just want to amend that it's 60,000, not 50,000.
Sorry.
Yeah, they changed it. That's what it said. Look,
60,000.
It says 50 on my paperwork too, but
I'm amending my motion.
Second.
Okay, well, no, I think Strong seconded it, but okay. So
160?
No, 60,000 is the projected overage that we may have to make up. That's what the motion is. Plus going out to get to more corporate sponsorships. So motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Any discussion? Bausch. Yep. Okay, we'll call for the question.
I'm sorry, was second by Strong or Bush?
Yeah, it was Strong, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Strong.
pointed to
Okay,
Strong.
thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, well, good luck, Frida. All right, moving on. City Council compensation and impacts of Senate Bill 329. And Elizabeth, do you have that item for us?
I do. The council had requested just some information on Senate Bill 329 from 2024, I think, and its impact on your compensation. So the city council compensation had previously been set in 2022, and then in 2024, you took an action to increase the compensation for the mayor to $1,540 and to the city council at $1,155 monthly. Those numbers went into effect in January. They were not effective until a new Councilmember Beal, was seated. So SB 329 also came into effect in 2024, and that amended Government Code Section 36516 to increase the maximum amount of salary that council members may receive beyond a previously set limit. So it now provides, previously, you would increase, your salary could be increased by 5% per year, for each calendar year. Now it is either the greater of 5% each calendar year or an amount equal to the inflation since January 1, 2024, based upon the California Consumer Price Index. So because your salary was set in 2024, there really isn't an opportunity at this point to increase. You could for 2025, but it wouldn't become effective until a new council member is seated.
2026.
Yes. And that is the report. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Questions of staff? All right, this is basically a receive and file, but anybody in the public?
Hi, Linda Jor, 3126 Spring Street. I think it's wonderful that the Senate changed that. I don't think you guys make nearly enough for the grief that even I alone give you. I think you need a 15% increase for each email. But I fully support any kind of increase that you guys get. I was always under the presumption maybe it was because of retirement. It's the reason why I resigned from the city of Oakland as fast as I started working there, because my CalPERS was affected. So I support all of you guys to have whatever raise that you guys need to function. Again, I don't think you guys make nearly enough for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dale Gustin, I concur. I remember when it was a stipend, and of course you didn't get any benefits. And it just all seemed unfair for all the hours you put in. So I'm glad that this has come up, and I'm in favor of it. And good luck, and thanks for all the. It's a thankless job. Certainly the pay is never going to compensate for all the agony you go through. And I've both chastise you and praise you. Well, now I'm going to praise you.
That's not going away, huh, Dale? Okay. All right. Francisco, go ahead.
Francisco Ramirez, and I concur with the last two comments with these wonderful community members, and thank you guys for your service that you do to our community.
Thank you. Anyone else? We'll close public, or anybody online? Okay. We'll bring it back to council for just discussion. Fred?
Yeah, well, one of the reasons that I asked this to be brought up is right now, I've calculated, looking at our demographics, that 80% of our population can't possibly even run for city council because they can't afford it. There's no way that they can afford it. And if we're really looking for equity, then every American citizen who is of age and our citizenship should be allowed to take advantage of the opportunities afforded citizens. And I would say at least do the maximum that the state law is now allowing. I'd really like to get the minimum wage law changed so that the minimum wage says that it covers stipends as well. Because if it covered stipends, that would at least give us a minimum wage, which is still even higher than this allows us to get to.
True. Anyone else? Okay, we'll start with Councilman Bausch first.
So I think those are great points, but I don't believe most of the people that go or apply to become elected look at this as a full-time job. This is something that we do, if I remember candidate statements, to pay back, to give back to the community that has blessed them or graced them somehow. If we're looking at this as a minimum wage kind of a job, this Senate Bill 329 falls woefully short. This isn't the way to get. We're going to be here for decades before 5% a year is ever going to catch up. So I don't think that's the right spirit to look at. I would hate to give up the concept that we're doing this because we want to do this, not necessarily because we get paid to do this. I like what I do, and in spite of the turmoil that it seems to cause, there's a tremendous amount of benefit working with the community, whether it's Youth Commission or the library or seniors. It's an amazing privilege to be here. I don't need to get paid to do that. The stipend helps cover some of the expenses. That's great. The insurance benefits are certainly very nice, but we'd still do that, I believe, even if we couldn't, if we didn't get paid. Thank you.
Good. Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah, I just had a question. Elizabeth, you stated there's either go with a 5% a year or what is the other option?
It's the greater of 5% a year or 10% inflation, sorry.
Every year they look at that then?
Yep, not to exceed 10% per calendar year.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Basically, this was a receive and file unless somebody wants to make some sort of a direction, but I have none. I think, again, I concur with everybody's comments here on the board that we do this for public service.
It doesn't have to be done tonight because it can't take effect until 2026 in any event.
Exactly. It would have to be actually 2026, the next election, when it would ever be realized.
Right, but we have to take the action before that in order to even have it then. So it should come back at some point in time with whatever amount is allowed. And I would think that we want to at least do that. And I'll tell you why. There are a lot of people who would like to do this, but as soon as they find out what the compensation is and realize how much of their time it's going to take if they do everything that we're supposed to do and actually attend all the meetings we're supposed to attend, it takes a lot more time than just a couple of hours a month. It takes, well, I admit, I'm doing more probably than anybody.
Yeah.
As a result, though, my work week runs anywhere from 40 to 60 hours a week for this amount of money. So in my case, it's a good thing I have a very good Social Security. And that's the only thing that keeps me going right now. Thank you. That's just the fact of life. And there are others that I know who were considering running, and they've just said, with what you get paid, forget it. And that's a poor attitude. I mean, they'd be good people, and some of them actually participate almost every meeting from the phone or in person here, but they don't want to sit up here for that reason.
All right. Anything else? Then we'll just receive and file and move on to the next item, which is the city manager's report. Mr. Guat.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel like I should have more tonight, but I just wanted to take a moment and thank the council for the opportunity to lead the organization in the interim role once again. It's been a real pleasure to be here for, I think, over 3 years now and work really alongside 280 staff members that we have each and every day. So look forward to working with you now in this role again and happy to serve. And again, next meeting, I will probably have a more traditional update, but appreciate again the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We'll start then on the left. Councilman Beal.
Thank you. It's been a busy little couple of weeks just to update everybody of what our responsibilities are outside of the council meetings. I was involved with the Basin Committee meetings, also briefing with Christopher on the Basin. Great overviews and briefings with Public Works, Community Services, Utilities, Chamber, Ms. Fitzpatrick. I also attended the REACH Economic Development Conference in Santa Barbara, which was very interesting. Saw a lot of familiar faces, saw a lot of unfamiliar faces. I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge MLK. We haven't had a meeting since the event, the city-sponsored event. It's a beautiful, beautiful event. So congratulations and thank you for all the kind and thoughtful comments, for the work involved with putting the event together. Everything that I've heard from the community has been just very supportive. I also attended a community health resource fair at Oak Park, and I'm reminded what a wonderful resource that is in terms of their space and the facilities and being able to organize events. Again, it's not a city organization, but certainly we work closely with Housing Authority in terms of the work that they do. I used the pod, the video conference pod in the library, worked like a charm, soundproof, private, beautifully lit, of course, but I would encourage everyone to kind of check that out. We had my first coffee with Chris with a K, Chris Beal, on January 25th. I'm going to do the next one. It's the fourth Saturday, so February 22nd and March 22nd at the Market Walk. It's well attended. We had about 20 different people there. I knew some, I didn't know others. There were people with different, points of view. We sort of met each other, and the reason I keep asking about PowerPoints and information is that was a very consistent theme that I was hearing from people, to get materials and information kind of digestible formats. One person says, I don't want to read a 280-page document to get to that answer, and you can't blame them for that. So I hope we can keep working on that. And then also thank you to all the staff who's helping me reply to all of these questions and emails that I'm getting on pedestrian safety, fire safety, economic development, things that we can do for our families. I appreciate everyone, and thank you for letting me be of service.
Very good. Councilman Strong.
Thank you. And due to an error in scheduling, I went to the Transportation Committee meeting on Friday and for the League of California Cities. And I picked up some very valuable information for us and for SOCOG too. And that was the committee chairman introduced me as a special guest speaker because I was supposed to be at the HCED meeting the day before. But unfortunately, there was an error somewhere along the line here, and they scheduled me for the wrong day for my absence from here and for my trip. So I followed that direction and I went on that day, and it was the wrong day. But I did go to the transportation, and they introduced me, and I made some appropriate remarks. So I pointed out that they were missing some very important areas of transportation, essential elements of commerce relating to public works, as well as transportation. This provided an incentive for them to broaden the scope of their work plan for 2025 to include rail, seaports, airports, and spaceports. However, they still are ignoring spaceports. Also, they will delve into underground infrastructure for water supplies. A report by a speaker from the Legislative Analyst's Office updated its analysis of the governor's budget proposals. He stated the budget will be balanced by shifting all climate protection costs over to the proceeds expected from a proposed climate bond that would have to be approved by the taxpayers. He also stated that no consideration has been given to the lessons being learned from the Southern California fires, the costs of which could run to between $13 and $16 billion. However, we can expect $1 billion for public transportation in fiscal year 25-26, as well as $1.1 billion for conversion of buses from gas to electric, and $26 million in competitive grant money for workforce development. Now, at that point in writing this report for me to deliver here, my printer broke down and wouldn't print anything. And it took me 5 days to get a printer repairman out to fix it. So after that, I did overhear a conversation from somebody who was saying that he wasn't selling any fertilizer at all this year to any wineries in Paso Robles. And he mentioned Paso Robles and Santa Barbara and a lot of other places. And so I cornered him really quick myself and asked him, well, who are you and how do you know this and why is this happening? He said, well, I sell the fertilizer to them. And they're not buying any this year. And it's because their costs are gone so high, they have to cut costs somewhere. And so they're just going to rely on what they've been putting down and just use the ground they've got right now. And I don't know if their production is down or not. Well, I did check on that too, and the production is not down. It looks like it's still going to be a good year, oddly enough. But they're still bottling, but there is a question as to how much they're going to sell, because consumers, the new generation of consumers is going more to other beverages than to wine. So we may have a downturn, but who knows? Other than that, the committee report, the committee I was supposed to go to, I did have to finally get the agenda from, and I will have a report on that later, on what happened there. But at least I've sent that to all of you, so you all have a copy of that. And today, I got a letter or email from a resident of San Luis Obispo, and signed actually by a number of them down there, who live right across from their airport. And I just passed along that to you too. And this is because she is very concerned about the refueling operations for the military down there. And I sent this on to Chris, and he has notified our people appropriately. And there's not much we can do that we aren't already trying to do in order to take care of this. But the British military, or Air Force, already has a contract with ACI for the fueling down there that doesn't expire for another 2 years. And so nobody can figure out a way to get out of that contract. So they may still be fueling down there, even if they fly up here and use our airport for exercises. But we won't have the fuel advantage for a while, possibly. So we'll see what happens on that later. I think I've got that right, didn't I? Okay. So other than that, Saturday, I will fly to Washington, D.C. for more meetings on transportation, where we are going to be talking with the administration and with a lot of people from all over the United States and regional government. And that's about how we can make sure that the transportation funding doesn't get cut too drastically. Because with an administration that is very interested in preserving our military abilities, many of those transportation items directly relate to our military and being able to move troops and supplies across this country and to various locations where we need them. And if we're going to continue a space program at all, which they seem to be very intent on expanding, that material can only travel by rail. So they're going to have to do that by rail. And they have to have the ports in order to recover the vehicles. So we trust that we're going to be able to get something done on that. And I sit on transportation there and also on the board of directors. So I will be dealing with that this next week. I will be gone from Saturday until sometime Wednesday, but that'll be a nightmare day because it's going to take me 11 hours to get here, starting at what is 11 o'clock at night, our time, because of how early I have to leave Washington, D.C. So I'm out of commission on Wednesday, too. But Thursday, I'm back in commission here. All right. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Brad. Councilman Bausch.
I have a pretty boring report. I spent kind of an unproductive last couple of weeks processing about 702 public records requests. didn't have a whole lot of time to get to the meetings I should have attended. Thank you.
Okay. Pro Tem Gregory.
Well, my last 2 weeks were kind of quiet too, but not for the same reasons. Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you to our staff for everything you're doing, and I'm going to continue to promote positivity and civility in our council. And congratulations, Chris, on your meeting. And I have a meeting of my own on the 26th of February at Just Baked, which I see several employees over there. Oh, I shouldn't be saying that. Anyway, so I'm having a meeting for open forum meeting on the 26th at 9 o'clock at Just Baked of February. And that's all I have for comments.
Very good. Thank you, Steve. For me, I had a Paso Basin Cooperative Committee meeting, and we're starting to get into the meat of the matter, basically after 7 years or so of meetings where we're going to attain sustainability, where we have to make up approximately 15,000 acre feet of water to be sustainable. So those entitled will be through projects and such that we can try to achieve that goal. Also attended the Echo Neighborhood Stakeholder Meeting, very good meeting. Had a lot of good support from our city CAT team and staff on that. Also attended the Pioneer Museum fundraiser over the weekend. It was a USO type theme, and it was very well attended. I think they did pretty well, I hope anyway. But one thing I did want to bring up to staff and maybe to the council, maybe if some of us recall that we were talking about the Pioneer Park being bought by the Pioneer Museum, and that kind of put on the shelf. And I think what I'm hearing from them is that they would like to bring it back up for discussion. So if there's, I think, interest in the council, direct staff to maybe start working on that and bringing it back up, talking with them directly and kind of picking up where we left it off. Okay. That's all I had from my list in the last few days. Go ahead and move on to upcoming events. We have the Paso Robles Youth Commission Advisory Committee meeting February 5th, 5 o'clock. Paso Robles Senior Citizens Advisory Committee meeting February 10th at 1:30. Paso Robles Development Review Committee February 10th at 3:30. Paso Robles Park and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting February 10th, 4 o'clock. Paso Robles Planning Commission will be meeting here in this room on February the 11th at 6:30. The Library Board of Trustees, February 13th, 2025, will be at 9 o'clock. City facilities are going to be closed in observance of President's Day, going to be coming on February 17th. That's an all-day closure. And our next Paso Robles meeting for the City Council is going to be for the February 18th, 6 o'clock here. I also am going to say that I'm going to be missing that meeting. I'm going to be actually visiting Australia and New Zealand, trying to see what's down under. But while I'm there, I'm going to be visiting Dawn Aerospace, which is a up-and-coming space vehicle corporation that is actually flying they just set a world record the other day. They want to come to Paso Robles. They're actually going to be here, and this is what I was going to tell you. There is a space conference that we're doing here at the Allegretto, and that's going to be from February 27th to 28th. I encourage council to attend that if they could. That's a Thursday and Friday. Get a hold of Paul Sloan, and he can get you set up on that. It's going to be hosted by Cal Poly, and you're going to see actually some folks from Dawn Aerospace here. So we're kind of crossing paths, but I think it's a good opportunity to shake hands and tell them, we're interested in seeing them come to Paso Robles when I get down there. So that's going to be a project coming forward, and I'll report out when I get back.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Strong,
you said you're not going to be here for February 18th. I have to say, I hope everybody else is, because I have a meeting in Orange County at 2 that afternoon. And when I drive back, they're electing me vice president. If the president isn't in the meeting, I'm stuck with that whole meeting till it ends. If he's there, I can leave about 2 p.m. and maybe make it back in time for 6.
Okay, well,
but otherwise, it takes me at least minimum 4 hours. And if I leave later than 2, it'll take me a lot longer than that, because I'm going to hit rush hour in L.A.
Yeah, it's been determined that I cannot participate because I'm not totally on city business down there. But you would have quorum if the three of us, of course, until you get here. But I think.
And I can't do it from my car because I'm traveling on I-5.
Not allowed. So hopefully everything will go well for us. And I don't know, maybe when we get to that point, maybe we can even re-agendize to 6:30 and buy you a little time if it looks like you might need it. But
I don't know.
Yeah, you never know on something like
We
that.
may have to just recess for a while or handle things that don't require any vote until I get.
Okay. I have nothing more for the good of the order. Anybody have anything, discussion or anything? Okay. I just heard something that Christopher Lackle, your dad passed away. So we're going to adjourn in his name. Sorry for your loss. It's hard times, I know. Thank you. All right, so make a motion.
And I'll
then?
second that.
All right. All in favor?
All right.
We stand adjourned.